выберем.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever, baby. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone. Do you really?
You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
There's this giant ball there. An evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball. You can't even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large, infinitesimally small. Dying for resources is just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face, or you lose. Yes, it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago. You lost.
The sound outside, you recognize it. It's a Caprice Canena motor carriage.
Так. Уж.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. Something you've done before. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy. The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold. You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. You reach out to grab the tie, but what's this? Diffuse, this is bad. Feels like sharp stones grinding in your chest and keeping you from moving. For quite a lot, still ongoing. Finally, the pressure recedes. You find yourself covered in cold sweat and trying not to move, hoping it will keep you from dying. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap, what you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose. A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of it. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. As you slowly reach abort, you clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it. Behold. You have no idea who this thing is, do you? Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why? Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. Oh my God. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? You are correct.
Так, что тут еще?
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips. Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28.
No. Because you're a police officer, sir. I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Try the expression. Come on, why are you still doing this?
Alcohol raises testosterone levels, especially in men. The levels remain elevated after inebriation ends and the pain begins. You seek comfort. It's only natural.
She puts out her cigarette.
И чё, ничего не будет, даже если этот вариант выбрал?
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Yes. There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music. I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here. Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them.
Oh, that. Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
OO were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on. I don't know about that. At around 2 o'clock, disco stopped, and there was a change of pace. A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time, you were yelling along to it. Yes, there was a church in there, a really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. that it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it. Then you started screaming and trashed the place. No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out. There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then, around 4 or 5. And that was it. You're in a hostel, sir. We are in Revachol.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
You sure look like you're from Revachol. Revachol parties.
Her accent suggests she is not from around here. She's from Aranye, another part of the world.
It's 51. The current century? Centuries don't have numbers. They have names. And this is the current one. Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir. You're right. There is nothing funny about civilization. Glad to have been of assistance.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, like two baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear. Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels... The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something. The door is closed. You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul. Of course, at this point, precise measure through a PA by other people. You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious. No, don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed. A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room? You're right, you didn't, and it's only No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coat. Looks like the bird was ripped off. This is the great skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Хуйло.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is as you approach. He narrows his. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the man?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
Then we should ask him for a rundown of the area. Get me up to speed. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews? Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? Mm-hmm. So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a wearing.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner. I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, The dead body should be our #1 concern. I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs. What he's saying is he's not from the Rat Squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
Yes, but I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation. Yes. They are not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage. But again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job. You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence. After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approach.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41? Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yeah?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions. His face expresses profound doubt in your having this.
Мы знаем, где он находится.
She went away because none of your business.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching. Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing. Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through. I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real. Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right. Money. You owe this establishment 130 real. Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually, more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money. What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really. Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange. That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you are better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away. Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them. Ask for assistance. We have to get this investigation started now.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. You don't really know, do you? A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Что это такое? Так, вот это что, шкафчик мыслей. Усвоить. понять, что это вообще такое. Ладно, пока скипнем. Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. Так.
Yes?
Так, а нам по идее он куда? Это чё? И чё? Я видеть не могу эту тему? Видимо, нет. Это чё? Так, ладно.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? Of course. What can I help you with? Of course. Where to? Oh, that's right there, in the yard.
She's relieved someone has come for it. Finally.
It's there, in the yard, right through the hole in the fence. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably. Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages. There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, the harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local part. No problem. Me? I am just a gardener. I am pleased to meet you too. Of course. I won't hold you back.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
Вон.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
command, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
I haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Whatever you say, officers. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last. Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges. Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko picked apples.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism. Before you stands a motor carriage. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. The frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled Prime Line. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in, over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and the man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over. 10-18, state your message, sir. 10-9, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his...
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? No. It's gone. It's not fucking on you.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over. 10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat please. Over.
Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his fun, whatever that means.
Ask him to describe it. His gun, not his fun.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description.
Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
Then come again, please. Over. I'm going to need to put you on speaker for a second. Over. The officer is describing his genitalia in exaggerated terms. Over.
Host in heaven. Did he lose his gun and his mind?
Что я несу? Подождите, что я несу, бля?
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he still got his wiener.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson, I was wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over. That's a negative. Not going to say that. Over.
What's he saying? Share with the class.
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about. Tell him to apologize, right?
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. Over. Mac, he says you shouldn't have antagonized the firewalker in the first place.
Who?
Satellite Officer V. I'm afraid he might be referring to himself as Firewater.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it. Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the only thing that matters.
Satellite Officer V. 10-4, affirmative. Officer is in pursuit of his firearm.
Oh, God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. 10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to enter.
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. Anything else, sir? Over. Okay, 10-4, sir.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question. That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12. Visitors present here. Over. 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
What? What is it? What can he possibly still want from us?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is her number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you.
Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? No, not me. No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the...
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. Local... You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the Union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. You do? Oh. What else can I do for you? Yeah, go on. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again.
Oh, no.
Real police would have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you lost it. It feels like you haven't worn yours in a long, long time.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. Just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though. Yes, Obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... I bet. Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Guard. I really do. No. I was actually flattered. I've always liked him.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side. The telephone cord coiled around her index.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left without explaining. Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a second, officer. Sylvie Malay.
Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out. Off of that, people don't like that. I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains." Very nice visuals there.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, "Big bucks cannot lie," and it almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
You hear the cord breaking up.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the worn and beaten wooden planks of the bed.
We can sit on benches after we've solved.
You can revisit the bench if you.
This Post Lavantore mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. No, these tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just... Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating. Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case related.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness.
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno!
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning, Kuno!
Kuno's riding it, see?
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at it!
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such. You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got.
Irregular speech patterns, overconfidence. Could this kid be on drugs? This warrants further investigation into this.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno! Pig's choking! He's totally
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is.
The usual being. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
Looks like you're a faggoty now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
Kuno's fucking. Kuno uses the fucking for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. You're testing Kuno.
Get lost!
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6, maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. One, standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2, standard work boot, steel reinforced toe. 3, hobnailed work boot. 4, standard work boot, number 45. 5, another standard work boot, steel reinforced. 6, an aberration, light as air, even pace, impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. 7, the glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 8, and yet another standard work boot, number 44.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? 200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon to...
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is...
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe there was a physically impressive strongman in their midst. Someone who wanted to impress their peers.
Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. A woman, or a kid? Understood. Anything else? Interesting. Let's name it the old someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer? No, it's not. Forget I said it. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says there's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but the body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. Mm-hmm. We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me.
Don't be traumatizing it.
Понятно.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Let's investigate.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? See.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the rail. When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. Then he turns back to the sad piece of fabric flapping in the wind. RCM markings is still caught on the railing. As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise. On second glance, someone has forgotten.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Couron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own hermeneutics was almost within your grasp. But now, only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetic. The drawer slides. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, Coke.
Это мы вообще никуда не дошли. Ну ладно. Болтаемся.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container.
The lyrics to this container song are being... The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi. From the vanishing...
Container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, now belongs to Everard.
Before you is a walrus of a man, seated behind a log. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia to...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Don't mention it. But also, don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear... The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
I know everything, Harry. Right? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Officer, we will deal with this later.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving end of so much distrust and outright hatred.
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown.
А, вот так вот. Да ну. Чего? Так, надо что-то придумать. Что-то другое придумать. Я хз, что у нас с самого начала будет все. Если так, то это, конечно, прикол большой. Как мы так зафакапились. Если мы прям сначала начнем, то это будет так себе. Нет, давайте самообладание возьмем. Мы из-за него буквально сдохли. Поэтому мы его возьмем. Мы реально, что ли, сначала начнем? В чем прикол?
There is never, ever an inordinate amount of time passes.
An awareness creeps up on you.
Ex-love. Do you really?
You wouldn't.
Fear and apprehension.
Yes. You're one. There's this giant ball. You can't. Infinitesimally small. Vying for resources. It's just a. Yeah.
The sound outside.
И мы не сейвились просто все это время, серьезно. Бля, ну это кринж, конечно. Что у меня с персонажем?
You hear a jingle. It says, whirling in rags. This fan has two or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together. In the blades come squeaking to a halt. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released. What you have in your hand is a fantastic... If it's your friend, why was it up? An ominous, foreboding feeling fills you. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind. What do you mean? Assess the damage. How would you do? The morning light hurts your eyes. It's the morning light hurts.
В этот раз нам не повезло. Ладно.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken hot water. Suddenly, you realize as you abort, you clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see. Behold, you have no idea who this thing is. Too late. You clearly have rigmarole. Please stop. It's horrible. You can't, can you? It's like, what does it even mean? What is the... You are correct. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place, somewhere in the past. That's all.
Так, ладно, все с этим.
There they both are, like two baby good. The young woman raises a cigarette. There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Because you're a police officer, sir. I am. You've been here? Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking. Could it be because of the drinking? Don't be so harsh on yourself.
A glib remark. Don't let it stand. Assert yourself. Retreat is not a winning.
Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
She looks back.
Goodbye.
Это же надо было сдохнуть вообще. Как такая опция вообще существует?
A man that was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's
Oh no!
Could the massive property damage upstairs?
Am I? You're right, you didn't. No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not old.
A competent. Looks like this is the great school. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Look, you're but why don't you go and talk?
He pretends not. As you, if an assault were launched on this, you realize this is your chance to come up with a really good name. Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're two steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
Okay then. It looks like we had a little...
What he means is, he has been trapped.
Then we should act. It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police... Okay, have you removed it so...
This is the first time...
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. I suppose you could be...
Inspectorate General mean...
Yes, but I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation. Yes. They're not just... I would ask you to step... You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would... After you, officer.
Lieutenant gets...
You should totally sing karaoke here. The first chance you get. You're, of course, through by other people. You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry. Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad... You have to find something tragic to sing first, though. The man with...
Mr.
Yes?
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district Right.
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually...
Do you have her number?
As a matter of...
You said you just got it?
What, of Martinet?
But you still...
Yes,
I didn't
He probably means this is where you step in. And his face expresses profound doubt.
She went away.
Have they not been telling you?
Okay.
Thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. Good for you. Was there something else behind it? That's easy.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
Let's go.
Not so fast.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be me.
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 100 and...
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real.
Wow, you're...
Who does that clown think he is? Arrest him!
What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things.
There's a shuffle. That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because
I'm sorry, but he...
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away. Officer.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. You don't really know, do you? A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get...
Это просто активировать надо полным ходом. Поехали. У нас дебаф вот от этой. Почти 0 смысла.
The RCM in Martinez. Of course. What can I help you with? Me? I am just a gardener. I am working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there.
There's discomfort. She stops me.
Well, as you probably...
Don't worry, miss. We are here to...
Thank you. My head is about to explode from all the salts I've had to inhale. Of course. It's there. In the yard, right through the hole in the fence. Some shop just coat the harbor gates. There's the pier. It's just water. No problem. Of course.
Her gloves.
Sure.
Не, оно сохраняется
Before you
просто.
stands a motor carriage.
Просто
The
реально
bodywork is covered in blue vapor emanate. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Capri in the cabin. You are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on the frequency tableau lights up, and a green button. The soft.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice.
Operating the radio is easy.
This is Officer Alice Demetri. Just a...
10-2.
A scrawny of the man uses relay code.
10-4, message received. 10-18, state your message, sir. 10-9, 10-4, message received.
Is it him?
Says he lost his badge and needs...
He what? He lost his cool ass, Dick? Fuck, it's Officer Dick.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He says this has probably happened.
Oh, goddamn it. Is he fucking kidding?
Satellite Officer Vikmar is wondering if you might be joking and...
Mullen dicked us.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just...
Fuck me. Mac, come here.
What's got...
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
10-9, come again. I didn't...
New height.
Ask. Sergeant...
Check your pockets. Check your... Oh, no. It's gone.
Don't sweat it, Bratan. You don't need a...
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over. 10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat, please. Over.
Even before you can get the word.
He says he... Ask him to the satellite...
Oh,
Request
request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
It's a single shot kill A9. An armistice.
Says it's armistice? What, is he a
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh,
This is a...
Mac him.
I'm not going to...
ask.
Sergeant Orson...
What's
He
the prick. Shut. Tell him to.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize. He says he's sorry and...
Okay.
Tell him to find his goddamn badge.
Satellite officer... 10-4 at some...
Oh, God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. 10-4.
What does he...
He's asking...
Is he fuck...
Don't
give that...
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Anything else, sir? Roger that.
18 The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, a buzz with laughter, when Officer Judith Minnow enters.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not good. He's lost his badge and his sidearm.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely.
Yeah,
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some...
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is.
We must help him.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Good job.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing...
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage.
This is Precinct 57. How may I... Of course. What is her number?
Yes, hold...
Receive.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment.
Just wait.
Officer?
Yes, hello? Oh, right.
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought you... No one calls the police. The union, you know...
Garbage.
Legally...
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation. Push her further. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
You do? Oh. What? No, sorry. People don't...
So the union has a phone.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might...
Yeah, go on. Please, no. You were trying to impress some people with... You were waving it around...
Oh, those again. You know, I remember this. You were screaming things like some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think it...
Me neither. No idea. All I know... It almost looked like he pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. You mean, why did I leave the bar?
Why not?
What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring Gar into... I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again. I do hope so. Please, don't call me.
Yes, you have obviously...
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional. The stuffed bird. I think you said it had been... It didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though. Yes, obviously. I've had sailors fighting. Well, you were worse than all. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. To hell with that. Then there was your room. Your project. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me, and then screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being, and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself, but you can't even do that. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with... I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. The ones I had to rinse out of your toilet. Damn it, I don't remember what I did. Especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Wait, really? No.
There's a poor.
I didn't know what to say to him. Okay, but please, all sorts of things. From disco, which one would sad? I think the one you mean is the smallest church in.
Interesting. You still have to find it. You hear a sound
Anything else I can help? 57.
in the cabin. You.
Фу, так, все. Значит, здесь что? Это кто?
Welcome to Rivachol.
Don't you? Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on.
I know but you see...
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You two make a cute couple.
The lieutenant exhales and...
Whatever you say, officer. Oh, not much anymore. I mean, the strike. Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something.
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other...
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoat...
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says...
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but feel free to use it if you find a bag. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to...
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Yeah, me neither. Okay. I'm not I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there. Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around.
Okay. Uh-huh.
A colorful display of... There, in that dark green glass. All in vain. A small cabinet on the wall is... Their logo is the blood.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed. Saint Baptiste, you know. The Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself...
I don't know. Let's see. I don't really know what hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommend... no. Sorry. I'm not...
Nosafed heals +1 health. Dramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Он...
The corpse he seemed to be holding a cargo belt twists his neck.
Activity.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. Heavy worker's boots with reinforced toes and hobnail. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. There are several footprints in the mud, left by maybe more than 12. No. 1. Standard 2. Standard 3. Hobnail 4. Standard work boot. Number 45. Another 6. An aberration. Lighters. Impossible to tell. 7. The glowing 8. And yet another.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. A woman or a kid? Understood. 200?
He might be right. 200 kilo.
Possibly.
But why?
Yes, they could have used...
Maybe there was a physically impressive strongman in their midst. Someone who wanted to impress their peers.
You have a point there. Anyway, it's something to consider. What else can you see? Interesting. Someone operating...
He regrets it the moment he says it.
No, it's not. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their... We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. Mm-hmm. A week, maybe? 7 days...
It is not...
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashot. 7 days below freezing. The day before.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion...
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carried. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance...
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over. The lieutenant's eyes... Doubt, perhaps. It would be unprofessional of him.
Either way. What else?
This trash, there's something in there. Not necessarily. The body is downwind from...
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? Mm-hmm. We could try using a pry bar. Or we could...
He might also...
Так, пойдем сходим к типу вот этому. Может, он что-то расскажет. О.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistics company who owns. Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from drinking and stuff.
Can I help you? Wait, what? But what about the bird? Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left. You broke the skewer!
I assure you it was him.
It's as if he can't decide whether to be angry or relieved.
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer? I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse.
A tender type of hope. Something stirs in...
All right. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me? Really? I should give her a call then. Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you want?
Or can you give him a moment? Somehow you realize this is not going to net you any professional discounts. Already he's reverting back to defensive.
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Так, ладно, и с этим мы справились.
This trash container is locked with a well-oiled crack. The lock pops open. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is, but you won't like it. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, as the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty. Or empty. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The belt is missing. That's it.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over...
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting... Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and his establishment had the...
The lieutenant nods. then looks back. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. And I did nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out four.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form, if you don't mind my asking. How could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash? Understood.
Be untroubled. If anything, this small moment has made him respect you. The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all. You said you didn't want to talk about the ledger. However, now that you have it back, it...
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it? It's a metaphor for you. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest 2. That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. It's okay. We all make mistakes.
God knows I've made my share. He tries, like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if there is, for precisely 1 more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. It's downright incriminating. He has little choice but to give you one. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robot. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literate. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from Snoop fiction. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World. Others appear more light-hearted. The guy's on a couch in an unexpected location. And it's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can. You don't exactly close them so much as in the back you see thin translucent copy of paper, some neon yellow, some bright, then rip them from the binder and have 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones, you don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. But they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in turn. They give the date and time for the person to appear. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a yes. All that remains now is to fill those forms and hand. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copy of paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 sized board feels thick and heavy in your hand. U4 sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top.
Так. Ты мне что-то расскажешь.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as a...
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno! Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in...
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like 2 black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body. The kid is obviously high. They pay you no heed.
Shit.
The rake! You should throw...
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno is not a gardener.
Надо не тратить на него время, это useless. Как вот сюда попасть? Это кухня, да?
An old call box with a matrix of pushback.
Ладно, так. Здесь что?
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper way.
There is stress and unease behind these words.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being...
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of...
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far. They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses. Of course, sir.
small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our...
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, wonderful. Did you talk great? On a scale of 1 to 10.
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer. I guess it's better than nothing. She'll have to try harder next time.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a...
What in God's name is she talking about? You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look...
She speaks almost as if she's trying to. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. Thank you. Let's just talk about this first, all right?
What are you? A coward? Think about...
Talking is always good. There is something mysterious about it. You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for... Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough. The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since...
Sounds familiar. She nudges her glasses, anxious and tense.
Oh, this? No, It's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of... There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a...
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
Okay, but please, only a few... It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism...
Wow. Void raves. You have new word. The woman before you scans the store. Her shoulders rigid. Time to fire up the old lie machine. Yes, you do. The woman before you scans the store. Her shoulders rigid and tense. These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see...
Oh, crime, robberies, murders. Even... You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy...
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresent. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it... What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships, not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't. Shelves filled to the brim with... The plaque on the shelf reads, biographies of famous people. Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insul. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. Houdon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. You feel you're just west of Coal City, somewhere above Jamrock and close to Coal City. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, archipelagos, disintegrating into... In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou. In a bookstore, you can, on Caillou, Revachon, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, lost little pearls of 850 million people live on these little dots. An oceanic world of culture. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosigns and as it connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods. But looking at them, perhaps they are gods. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with built still. It's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting. This bookstore is not strictly about crime.
Yes?
Такой Куно.
Yes?
Тоже зачем, что ли?
Can't you see I'm throwing rocks? Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. Shitload pig.
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno. Pig's choking.
If I were to...
The usual being. Have you seen anything out of the...
Just a...
Yeah.
Looks like you're a...
Your
Get lost.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his... Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real. Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for fouling anyway, pig. No, it's not fucking Kuno's.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno. He said...
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Dunno. Keep that gardener used to work.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Erie-Uppergite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Erie-Uppergites of Ilma.
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just said...
Yeah. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What? Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't...
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't...
Так, ну давайте спросим ее. Как раз кухня скоро откроется. Это вот кто?
Hello again, officer. Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow. Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see? That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you. Glad to have been of service. Now you know the locals are keeping tabs on you.
Hello again, officer.
Короче, она что-то выглядит как... I am a gander and a hunter and a gather.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on... Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes. Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week.
Behind the laugh, however.
So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in, or some pretty wild stuff I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really...
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of... A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms...
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the...
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Don't be a stranger.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest." What did he do? You have no idea. High above you.
Не повезло.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to the photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the... It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter. Some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your... No response. Wherever this woman is, your words, nothing. Her smile just keeps widening.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. But...
В принципе, он прав. Есть что.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grodd-made machine is well kept for such. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see the driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This, likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Bastards! We
have a right to work. Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards. I don't trust. Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why would we have families to feed, you piece of shit?
So do we, Scott.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were
given a job to do!
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind it. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke, and my men are tired. Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then, we...
Scott?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us... Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will...
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss, and up.
Body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Am Sandwich. You are not in danger. Be
Интересно.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glove.
This is precinct 57.
In the cabin, you
Ничего не узнали. Кстати, кухня же открылась. И мы у него там хотели что-то узнать.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service? CS Municipal.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last, and well, this will thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my stuff. None of us would tamper with the... Yes?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. The man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand drawing arcs, and he smiles and bangs his ladle. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted You see a heavy steel door. You immediately feel drawn to the color.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Can I help you?
Так, ладно, можем видеть.
There he still is, looking right through you with his... There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth more. You feel a great force ringing from your... until a pool of vomit lies under your feet.
And keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used souls for this. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fleet store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Так, хорошо. Навык можно было не вкачивать.
Hello again, officer? Sure. I'm done with them. Go easy on that stuff.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below, you crack open the ammonia ampoule and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run.
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. Delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots. They're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fairweather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more arm. We should keep a lookout for this species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form. Ageless and a small bell-like sound fills the air.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally.
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like whirls of floorboards, the design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-section, the smooth, glossy surface, fractures into ever more intricate interconnections. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But just something I scraped together from my station.
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
This feels dangerous. The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form. The cadaver slowly... The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under six-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. The brief suggested as much. Politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing? Then you should ask me the first moment we get. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt, buckle closes. It's what I would do. Seems easier than climbing up there.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars, alcohol, and heartbreak.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great century Messinian, maybe.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice.
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure. Just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute, and
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the interactor.
his eyes are milky white and blind to the world. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
I'm gone. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. Go ahead, Coppo. Into the wild, in the past. Way out, come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus. An explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think? Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption. but we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of death. I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
But there is no breath.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in...
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees. Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone already did. You know who came? We did. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see.
Yeah, now we're talking.
No miss! The pig's...
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. Silence, with his elbow sharp, and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle loader. As he then steps back and assumes the fellow's test position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The pig's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements.
God damn it.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight.
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
This is the sorriest...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno?
The buckle comes into focus.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely to the slow movement of the branch in the wind, and you're shot.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
I agree. Enough gunslinging for today. We need to access the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have. I did not want us to be indebted to Everard Clare. I wanted us to be able to deal with it all.
You need to suck my...
The leader of the Union, a dangerous and corrupt man.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky. For you to discover. Someone close to the victim might know. Someone who knows about history could tell you. For you to discover. Someone who knows about history.
Yes? What do you want to know? Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that. Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer. No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. I'm relieved that you agree.
He is glad and surprised to see an officer who can appreciate the less than spectacular.
Do you know the feeling when you've begun filling in a crossword, but some of your answers don't quite seem to fit? It will turn into quite the puzzle yet, I'm afraid. Good.
Я с ним разговаривать впадло.
The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fucking got one big thing wrong with... Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit, yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking... You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. Yeah, cocking boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information? Yes, pray pardon, sire. Better to let it be. I did not mean to make you paranoid.
Fuck are you talking about? What is this?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking...
You hear the lieutenant hum.
Kuno's fuck imp? Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows all cats probably climbed. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other...
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some part.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You wanna know where Kuno was? You want...
Don't tell him that, Kuno.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's city.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno's city, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it'll come up later.
You're testing...
Get lost.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with... Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't...
Kuno, the pig's getting looks like it's time for me to... I'm going away.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Stay away from me, pig.
Нет, ладно.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
This is Precinct 57. Sir, officer. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Fall back.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service. The crown jewel in the moral intern diadem. It belongs
57.
in the cabin. You
Right to work! Right to...
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? The little boy had it good on his promise to get me into trouble, to sick the pigs on...
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official union probe, you know.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few... So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good. I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk union.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
Nice and balanced. Some junior officers.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armored too. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots though. You'd have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off him. No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana.
He is sincerely grateful. He is not tracking down pieces of armor right.
Body still hanging in the tree? Hey, that's a rough pick. I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union can undress it. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a...
If it's so simple, why did the scout leader warn you of the guards, bro?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead? Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Seminese supremacist up there. Walk right, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, or you could convert to a Seminese supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Sure.
Does Kuno care? So? North Jamrock. Kuno meant everything north of 8.
Kuna appreciates you recognizing him.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened.
Good idea.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. Don't be saying what Kuno said. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay.
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno does...
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing. Because there's a... There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then?
Be still, the lieutenant. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands.
Perhaps. See that lad.
Looks like someone left his top.
Yes, you could probably make the jump. You look like you've done something.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the look in his eyes is a mix of the engineer-like interest and the wonder of a 6-year-old seeing a horse for the first time.
Yes, that's one way of putting it. It's certainly an impressive achievement of engineering. But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here. The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what it... A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it.
I was under the assumption we could ask the leader of this union to help us get this body down. Or it could be that we are just exploring.
He's thinking you've forgotten where you are again. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mode. Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty. Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market. An old callbox. East Delta Commerce Center. An off-key melody starts.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't...
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone. You ring the door. What an ominous name for a hair salon. All you hear is static, but no.
Can I help you?
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent. The door does not. The cobalt blue surf. It leads to a side building adjacent to this. The door is. There is no answer. You hear the shout. A tremendous loneliness. The door is closed.
looking for something?
You could push him by asking him to show you the soles of his boots. He definitely looks like someone capable of a lynching.
Been admiring the stompers, huh?
On the bottom of the man's boots, you see an intricate tangle of treads.
It's Revachol. Custom made. For when the invasion comes. The last thing they'll see before the lights go out is
It doesn't look like the lieutenant cares. He just makes a little note. The man bites.
Right to work! Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him.
Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers.
We are not picking a side.
Pity. Let us work!
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding them. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win over. The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped. One, especially. This is you. Just make sure it works before you buy it. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my paunch. What can I...
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the wall.
I haven't had any problems myself.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner.
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is all...
G'day to you, officer.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down.
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that.
The words, "Dear
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal, some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by the name Sileng.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang. You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Me? It's a boring story, officer.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Very cool. Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Good joke, officer.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders. I am not, however.
My man, officer, you make all this possible.
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
Hyper cool. No need for discounts at ceilings, officer.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale? Yes, it's a business secret. Let him keep it.
Anything for you.
There are clothes inside. Cheap,
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes.
save the economy. That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new. Very cool.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the mess.
Honey, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back.
I hope you pass out from it. You goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as... Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are... Doesn't matter what team. Pick a team. Any team. The blue team. Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky.
Sure, officer. I am René Arnaud. And my specially abled partner here is Gaston Martin. How can we help you? Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. In Martinez, the union is the law. Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire...
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. I know the kind. Gaston here is the same.
Oh, René. If you only knew life beyond confrontations, conflict, and extremities.
Yes. The terrain here provides an I do. Fire from heaven. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiant. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the... Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take...
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling. A son...
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stopped. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union...
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition,
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the...
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
No, they don't. But I'm sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting rabid commies, boiling, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol.
This royal failure weighs...
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalries.
I have really outdone myself.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding.
René, hello, officer. How might I... Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really. No, officers, I'm sorry.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar.
He means caviar socialists.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything.
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but there's something off here.
I'm not
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard. No, I'm sorry, officer. I don't even have a key card. Evrard usually sends someone... Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties. Help with little things. Evrard, Edgar... Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a big deal in the Union. He doesn't know anything. Because no one tells him anything. He's an outsider.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of any... I hate the socialist rabble. But even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to it.
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs some... Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should...
Evrard Claire. Everyone in Martinez knows...
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later.
The old soldier mumbles something. There he stands, proud.
Let's try not to get caught in a...
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction, why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Evrard Claire, the union leader. He muscled them out.
The lieutenant adjusts.
What's that noise down there?
There must be another way into the building.
can't get involved in this.
You see a young man on a balcony.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
There won't be a next time. I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he could be a witness. We shouldn't. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted, if we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of... There's a key beneath it, rusty.
This must be for the front door. Pity he doesn't have the apartment number. We'll just have to go in and see.
Ладно, пойду поем. Он какой-то баф дает. Пакет этот. Поспрашивать. Так, вот тут мы ничего не спросим.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, it's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of no reply.
Why would we want to break into some random citizen's apartment?
The lieutenant looks at you, but he knows it wouldn't make much of a difference.
I suppose if one were committed to it, there's a pair of chain cutters in the kinema.
You hear someone walking around inside. The walking stops abruptly. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Ну, ее можно узнать.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine.
You're still worried.
Now, what?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Так, что тут есть? Балка. Или их тут несколько?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with it.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Ask away, pigman. But I don't
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with... If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time! No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. I have a weakness for animals.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way. Red dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use.
What did you think I was using? Aqua...
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo. Watch your back,
А здесь что?
Hello again, officers. Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner. Yes, I keep hoping a shaft will... Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do.
Квартира 28.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling, until it was destroyed, and they had those arches acted as support. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling? A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad. With Mesk volunteers, they massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships, not only many, are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap.
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think
he does not like talking politics of this kind. What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed. That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. Вот это, видимо, нам. This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Ничего мне это не дало.
Yes?
Еще есть какой-то проход. Вот этот. Опа.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you.
Good afternoon, officers. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to...
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischiefy.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
What we do. I'm afraid I don't...
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Saint-Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star. She nods.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demand.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite...
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about, just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynch?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me mañana.
This checks out.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's... It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say...
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but the point of the presentation is, these kinds of...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union. Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh, dear. So, I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by...
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors.
You're in, but expect her to drive up.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with ore? You can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you...
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can... Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim... What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate. Briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also...
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're...
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that...
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. I'll be explicit. If you find this...
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about...
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able...
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed, thousands of liters of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Rev...
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open the drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
The two might...
Or not. Though, if you have evidence...
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the 4th day to the bat's day on this.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Of course, Detective.
trying to sneak me?
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Don't get fucking clever with me, pig.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Yes?
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plot. No, these tracks are cop habit. This isn't. The trash container stands. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong. A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. Nope, no. That's still too high.
Sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks...
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind? Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Looking for something? Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let... You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic.
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fuck since he left. I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the Whirling in Rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
What? Aren't we allowed to say there is a kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road science, man. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling... His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what...
Guess so.
Right to work!
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph. The tear machine. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Can I help you? What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly...
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere, or laying low after the...
Whatever he may feel about you, he can't miss the opportunity to throw you a look of what he assumes is shared understanding.
Yeah, the Union guys think they're untouchable. They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and now think they can hide out till it all blows over, and it's fair weather again in Martinez.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not awesome, boring storage space with a bunch of old junk.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. After what?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the... You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. You see a heavy steel...
Yes?
The man ponders his cooking utensils. He looks up at you, then looks up. Shrugging is an international sign for no.
Hello again, officer. Oh, okay.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind?
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. Sure, officer. No.
Hello again. How can I help you? Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as if truth be told.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
Yeah, it's not good. I do hope we manage to clean this mess up somehow, while also keeping...
This mess, he means your mess.
Of course.
So we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your combo type. Yes. Guess what's yours? Okay, just for the length of this short demonstration, please say something that isn't, I'm sorry. Guess. What is it? Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here. Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, Liquid Shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go? No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info, or that won't happen.
Hello again, officer.
The woman still.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see until you came along, that is. Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro.
Moreover, the boots were size 30. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence, Franco Negro, which happened 500.
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer. Perhaps it was another Herife who came and woke me up.
As she says, Carnival, she gestures to the empty square.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Then it's contraband, Lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in?
Bad hand. Hermenegildos' bad hand. Strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
She's just a distracted old woman.
So he doesn't think she's the smuggler.
You hear that, Lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't...
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connect...
Oh, don't worry about me. Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaia Zemlya, Western Plain, the Transcatolia Magistral, you for 1A, Adestradas du Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Lawman. I'm the one who should take my help.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say? What do I need drugs for, Lawman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The woman sweat.
Yes, go.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This...
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Your body continues to betray your degeneracy. That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occident.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How you gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles, and you dominated lesser cultures like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably put. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him. Just out. This man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative.
We still need to get into the harbor. We need help with the...
I help you? Another thing. Yes?
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scattered. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height. Or
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking.
there is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the whirling and wreck? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. Yes, and Revachol. How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Nope. Sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own and...
Meaning, buying is voting.
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense, the status of law, but we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
Someone more educated in sweeping.
No. I'm not an encyclopedia.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know. Of course, Dee. Hello again, sweetie.
The worker, perhaps on the counter, rolled out of his open hand. You see a blister pack of headache medicine. You gently shake his shoulder. The man does not mind.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above.
door is closed. Still no answer. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick. He doesn't like where this is going. This door can only be opened with a key. You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting.
The option to go to sleep becomes available
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze. As the concrete floor welcomes you,
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have...
with your feet firmly planted on the concrete. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you. On second glance, someone has forgotten.
It's unfortunate.
The drawer opens with hundreds of and the same material. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. It appears to be a to-do list written. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out And the note itself.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides.
The special borscht seems a bit... What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Booze? Remember, Leo, Everard's shoe. All items on the list have been to draw slight.
Yes?
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads...
If you must. But please hurry. We are...
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulous. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of Rene? Fine, but let's move. I don't want to be...
Control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche, Marche, on, Arrête, off. The crane stands tall, perhaps with a loud grind. The crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprising, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane moving this container, of course.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel from the sides of his head, because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. After rifling the page, the magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and Comrade. As you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du Cristal à la Fumée. This was his way of describing the way. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée. Unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers only 4 issues in. And so please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and...
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the...
You flip back to the front of the magazine. This section includes a long, tedious critique of the late... You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling. Face it, you really aren't interested. You flip back to the front. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that why they decided to title this one section. It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazov. The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but if you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships and obscene death. You flip back to, unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with article. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent. According to these editorials, private enterprise is it goes on to call the Wild Pines a nightmarish transnational. You flip back to the front of the magazine. Wow, you work hard. Oh yes, you hustle. You're a provider. Oh yeah, like a horse. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it. A little. You make money. You got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocent. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time. Our tax is almost non-existent in the Gossamer state. That is Revachol. You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gossamer state's a myth. 98% of all your money. Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. Keep it street. Keep foaming at the... Before you stands a cargo container. Just one of many.
You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one out because you wanted to We're not here to interact with containers. We are here to get the body down from...
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with... The lyrics, the accent.
Container, contain.
The lyric, the accent.
Contain. Everard. He looks after everyone.
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever...
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know. And folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from... We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't...
So no one is...
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation for a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's you. Him and his boy stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a... But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker, Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr...
You're never getting anything useful out of him. It's good enough you found out Everard has a brother called Edgar, and he helped Leo.
Yes. Everybody needs... I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is... Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a...
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the... But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and...
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything.
He respects that word.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. but she can't. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost.
So Everard trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting. You see disdain in the lieutenant's dark eyes when they meet yours for a moment.
Oh, mister, I do a lot more than that. I really do most everything around here. Mr. Everett said many times I'm irreplaceable. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things up. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Ren.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. Oh, sure, mister. Sure.
He didn't actually understand what you meant. And now he's just nodding along.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know.
Told you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived there in... Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same... Oh, Mr. Everett is usually in his office, of course. But you gotta be quick if you want to see him. He leaves around 10 p.m. Bye-bye now.
Before you is a walrus of him. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare. I'd offer you my hand, but...
He looks extremely comfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some serious...
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner. Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation.
You're no Titan of Felician, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Да вы чё, угораете? Какой садиться? Зачем? Так, ладно. Так я не знаю, что с ним делать на самом деле.
those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone, well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of...
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping.
Так, стоп, а как мне спуститься? Да, походу придется. Бля, так, подождите, нам. Вот так вот пойдем. Бля, садиться туда, это, конечно. Максимально впадло. Надо сейв сделать просто, да, чтобы не обосраться. Все логично.
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your... Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably...
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you are a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people... This should take... It should be sufficient to cover your expenses.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its... When he said, don't worry, he actually meant, be very worried.
Are you all right, Harry? You see, it's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a...
Officer, we will deal with...
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry.
Mr. Dubois.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as...
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some...
Quick, here's your window. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Бесполезно спрашивать учеников. Он мне ответит. Ну что, видите, вы как хотите, сами говорите. Можете мне...
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could...
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the...
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I...
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some. But of course, all joking aside, I am... Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead... And Jean, please take it easy with the race science. That's a yes to getting the body down, no to the race science. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates. He's the big impressive one. You know, tattoos, muscles, ethnic looking. Can't miss him. Great guy. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez here. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her, because you and I are such good friends, and I'm helping you get that nasty body down from...
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find...
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone. Your gun will be found, Harry.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Ебать, дурка, ты там чё, совсем с ума сошел? Что это? Это Disco Elysium. Тяжело. Фляга засвистела. Подожди, я же не на 5 РП зашел, но не на Majestic. В синглплеерную игру проходить сюжет. Все просто. Фляга свистит у тех, кто играет в РП-проект годами, десятилетиями. Ну, хорошо. Пусть будет так. Мне все равно. На мнение 9 мамуя.
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working...
Yes. Thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it.
А чё ты ноешь на РП-проект? Ты сам забежал. Куда сбежал? Ну ты... Ты, наверное, не можешь представить, да, ситуацию, когда человек все попробовал, уже все, что ему интересно, и ему просто фиолетово становится на РП-проект. Ну, типа, там становится просто нечего делать и неинтересно. Так, а что делать в РДР-РП? Мне не интересен сеттинг. Ну, типа, там нечего отыгрывать, по сути. Там даже непонятно, как ты будешь копом, да, условно.
Now, please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax.
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Что делать в этой хуйне, в которой ты сейчас сидишь? Так это ролеплей игра. Ну, ты, может, для нее слишком тупой. Как бы, ну, такое бывает. Не все умные люди, понимаешь? Большинство людей тупые. Так что неудивительно, если ты в их числе находишься. В РДР не обязательно в гуску идти. А я не хочу идти в крайм, ну, типа, лол. Если я хочу постреляться, я не в РДР зайду и не в GTA, а в Battlefield. В Counter-Strike. Куда угодно, но не в эти игры. Я тупой, и что? Ничего. Как бы это нормально. Там людей можно унижать. Мамур, тебя в жизни унижает кто-то, или почему тебе хочется людей унижать в игре? Я просто не очень понимаю этого желания. Это что-то странное для меня.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man.
Так, все, можно одеться обратно. Что там еще на мне было? А я обувь не снял. Ладно, Мне хочется. Господи, мне все равно, что ты хочешь, на самом деле. Ты заходишь, 5 минут срёшь и выходишь, ну. Какой ты интерес представляешь, я хз. Примерно никакой. Чел, ты не понимаешь, о чем Диско Элизиум, ну, печально. Подрастешь, может, поймешь. Не уверен. Стоп, а как нам выйти? А, ну карточка это работает. Господи, это говорит человек, который в GTA играет постоянно. Ну все, давай это. Людей не смеши. Почему мне должно быть вообще не все равно, типа? Так, надо бутылки сдать. Опа, плюс 1,5. Это РПГ, ты знаешь, что такое РПГ? Ну, это ролеплей, да, прикинь. Кстати, главный герой это ты. Бухающий, алкаш, бомж, коп. Вот это ты. Так, что мы хотели? Мы хотели спросить про суп. Вон там ты, вот видишь, вот это аватар, это ты. Это буквально главный герой. О, они пришли, походу. Или чё? Здесь караоке, я так понимаю, да? Ты кто? Короче, повар ушел. Ой, я еще покажу твою одежду. Вот, читай. Белая атласная сорочка. Когда-то была действительно элегантной, твоя одежда реально отражала свет. Теперь ее подмышки пахнут саниной. Узнаешь себя? Я думаю, узнаешь. Вот у тебя еще оранжевая бомжовская шапка. А как кто оправдывается? Это ты? Ты ГГ? Так, я пытаюсь понять, что здесь. Пожрать пришли? Чел с кухни ушел. Так, ну тогда о чем? Кто такой «Зови меня бананом»? Так, ну это не он. Да, ну это и не он.
Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the Seminese. Enough with this begging. Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands, and to Boogie's walls will be...
You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. It would enrich you rhetorically. The best idea. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Так, стоп, а зачем? Зачем он мне?
Yes, better not to expand your mind in this direction. You may find out too much about the mystery.
Кто такой? Зови меня Манана. А я не знаю, кто это. Где его найти? Это не этот чел.
So,
А, это он.
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. I knew this man was a commie. And it's a good thing you're doing too. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff.
He means he's not going to tell you because he doesn't know who he is and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
We're negotiating our share. Aye. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grad. But don't say that out loud if you're...
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with...
By that, you mean...
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disorder. The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would... Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
Sure thing.
What is this? News of the world? Talk about personal stuff. Get to know him.
Call me Mañana. I'm just a humble harbor worker for the past 6-7 years.
Mañana sounds like a mess word. Not a given name for certain. It's a taken name. The kind for artists, or criminals, or revolutionaries and the sort. An alias. A nom de guerre.
A name worthy of the man who holds his friend. Names are important. Plenty to go around. Don't get greedy and try to swipe mine, though. You got your own. A nom de guerre would be more like Guerra Mañana. Now that we're getting so well acquainted...
Be honest with him.
Wow, this is major. You're like a man born anew. Okay, so if you can't find it, maybe make up a new one? Can't live in this world without names, see? Important things they are. Vessels of the soul. More a poetic thing. Any attempt to formulate a grand unified theory about it ends in the stupidest shit imaginable. Doesn't make it less true, though. That means I can't tell you about it. I can only show you. You may understand in time. Words guide our life. We commune with each thing through its word. Every word is also a name, is it not?
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair. The encroaching doom is golden red. It is inside you, but also out your tequila sunset. You have been tequila sunset for a long time now.
Boyadero!
You see his eyes turn teary with appreciation. You receive a good, strong handshake in return.
A really cool guy.
It feels like there's an entire history behind the word. But it doesn't really matter. You got it. You know what it means. He takes a swig from his flop. The idea of alcoholic swill sloshing around in your bloodstream feels fairly unappealing.
And then we might go out together. Which sounds fun. So, anything else you wanted to discuss, Boyadero?
Это было продуктивно, в принципе, так. Так, стоп, когда нам... А, да, он должен снять. Ладно, сейчас мы тогда обойдем. Так, это закрыто, я так понимаю.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from the leather upholstery is worn and rough against you. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of Finally, the door. Only curiosity could account for stepping over that thread. There might be important information.
Давайте посмотрим,
row of
что
mugs
здесь.
sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad shoulder.
Какие-то кружки.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty. This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the seven. It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag. By old-fashioned, he means very right-wing. The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric.
Ну, теперь мы солидно выглядим. Тут, в принципе, ничего нет. Ну, как будто это вот та девочка, которая снаружи сидит. Но разве не это? Не блондинка? Скажите, что открыли дверь. Ладно. Что здесь такое? Он... Интересно. Вот она...
Hello again, officer.
Как будто она там живет. Ладно.
Your raised descent has only... So it was. You surmounted the harbor wall in a display of athletic prowess to reach my superior. Then had him give...
You're so nope.
There's a but.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it down ourselves.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup. Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
Да, он же его спрятать может, нет? Хотя он тупоголовый. Просто сделает то, что от него просили.
The woman's gaze follows measure.
So, you guys are like cops or something? Cool. I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
Уже переобулась.
That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I would...
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everott's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is...
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then, the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
Bounce.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today. Farewell, ham sandwich. You are a Union man from now on.
Все, спасибо. Это была очень продуктивная беседа. Надо сказать Аврару, что мы сделали то, что он просил.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment?
He's trying to figure out if you're lying. There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on Everart's Rainbow Coalition.
He was testing you, and you succeeded.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire.
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control them. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well...
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that..." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal. He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer. You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're gonna show up in full force tomorrow.
The lieutenant marks something in his notebook.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
When you meet this Titus, tell him about this.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
Needless to say, this is another move. Don't take it.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. Yes, Harry, it's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
Just between us, I don't care for those lefty dinks either. It's all about power, and here's how we're gonna get it. I need you to be my kingsman, Harry.
Kingsman? Yes. Please, let's be that.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta. I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth center in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skill. They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth center there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in.
He means it.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the... Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a real Kingsman and a patriot. Most certainly, Harry. Nothing bright by all means, Harry. See you soon, debardeur.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. We should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM should...
Though he finds this situation frustrating,
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here. Absolutely out of the...
You wait and see, Cafford. Absolutely in the question. First, your body is ready, sire.
Yes?
Че, в карете буду спать.
Inside, You see a set of steering levers, a radio mic.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street, and it's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings. Almost wall to wall. This is either an ominous or cool architectural. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a...
How else are you going to build something? It's always inconvenient to build things, and citizens inevitably have disagreements over such construction projects. But there's no other way. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything. Evrard won't believe you got villager signatures if you can't even get to the village. You can try a forgery as soon as we can cross the waterlock.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here? The pawn shop is always open.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a misk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners. The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing any, and especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have...
Your mother is an necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparking!
Another time, perhaps. Sure thing. My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You'll just have to hope Everard would.
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their wild. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your guy.
People as oleaginous as Everard seem like they're lying, even when they're really being truthful.
Sure, man. Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here? Sure, you...
We came here too. That just sounded real.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were and I don't like keeping guns around the shop.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quite. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to you. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your...
Very normal behavior. You must have been in great shape.
15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
No apologies necessary. Sure, man.
Yes?
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
This is the door to the room you redecorate.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsurag's glass.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and Ujia. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks. Jurisdictions of our two. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too, but I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approached. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough. In addition, we got that body down from the tree. We still have to perform the autopsy though, but at least we did a thorough search of the crime scene. That's great. Very important indeed. Well, we conducted an interview with Evrat. He wasn't particularly
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
We tried to interview the White Band's rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something...
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my nose.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Yes, it's been quite limited actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal. Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
He says it matter-of-factly and moves on. He has internalized it well. It's just that. A fact. A self-contained past event.
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. The coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner.
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him. The lieutenant breathes out a chestnut-scented cloud of cigarette smoke.
Do you? We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, you're like the rest of you. It comes from a bad place, somewhere in... The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eye. And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and image.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. You're not kidding anyone, Harry. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her. And then later in the streets, wandering. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You found Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Isolas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your... Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes to... Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did, love. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See? The door is closed. Still nothing. Still nothing. Still nothing. Still, this door can
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union must have turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's that one loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be men who drink beer for breakfast. I have no doubt these are the Hardy boys Evrard told us about. The ones who keep... And the big one must be Hardy himself. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them. Continue with our...
Good. A power move. But aren't you curious?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Just a moment.
She's agitated. Judge of...
And there's no public...
The closest phone booth is down the coast.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again. Please don't trouble yourself about me. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. The manager was vague about it. To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't like him, but you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist, but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock.
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the others...
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes...
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow. By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking, we hit it off, and...
She's skipping over some important part.
I hope I've been useful.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and the mention of mañana gets his attention. They're friends. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange... I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return. Just one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow arched.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Vodka borscht! I love it, brata!
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and...
Let me handle this.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
Not a muscle moves in her face.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him. That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The district of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Could this be the Miss Beaufort that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everard sent to law school?
Obviously, I'm a lawyer, a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. I would urge you to consider what you say to my clients. I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, you caught her off guard. Push her some more.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
You set the pace and the topic of these conversations here. Establish that. A man like Easy Leo could have said anything. Do not be restrained, sire.
I represent the Union and these men here.
A very minor victory.
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't going to do.
Goddamn right.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people.
see a set of tire tracks in a brown slush. You see a set of tire tracks in a brown slush. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A, and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry. According to the cafeteria man, the driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Somehow that makes you feel...
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The RCM's 4-phase murder scene processing manual.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
It's not about cutting. And no, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work. An honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able. Usually after 5 to 8 years of field work. Mine is Lieutenant Detective. You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit. And the failure of the 38 single, you must have me confused with the Copperpedia. You, sir, you are the Copperpedia.
Unfortunately, no. They are better than nothing. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things while you will take notes. That's right.
Yeah, we got this. We're smart. The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says...
KK57. Next. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side. He nods.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Muindi. This, the pudgy mess of curdled meat, looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815. Listens.
None. At least not after the initial examination. Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure. A silent nod. The lieutenant places his... Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row. Lieutenant elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turned, and so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with the age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short. Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown post-mortem.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. Still wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark. It's no use. We should get chain cutters. You can... Damn corpse. We had a good rhythm going.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of a metallic drawer.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not...
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters. The pull-out tool... rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Cut with as much precision as you can, please.
See, my pig is gonna...
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east. After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow. Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact. Normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia...
No! Let's get up and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the...
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades. Dispersal and accumulation.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands. Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently.
Yeah, jack that!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Hepatobiliary, NA. Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be... And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the...
Right. Next, a dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measure. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the... We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all.
Oh, yeah. Well done, Master Detective. Maybe.
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg. For processing.
He's thinking. You tilt your head. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Okay. I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can take care of the rest.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. May they rest in processing.
Continue working here. The locals, the case, or attend to your own business. I will meet you downstairs in the Whirling in Rags tomorrow morning, 7:30 sharp.
This means Lieutenant Kisuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You're free to do side tasks and even the main case, though it might be more difficult.
В смысле, мы сегодня в 9 должны
If you have
что
nothing to
делать?
do, read books or sit on the bench on the plaza.
Перезвонили опять.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's...
Looking for something?
Right to when a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work from other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to...
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs. There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely his shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls held up fine. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this.
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain. Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs. Heavy lifting. Cargo hauling. Bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just...
She doesn't really want to. If she's such a working class woman, why?
Looking for something to read. I know you are. What with?
The woman before you. Whoa. What a bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one. Guess so. Just be careful out. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? On the contrary, officer. There are yet camionneurs you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised. In a time like this, it would be strange if Wild Pines didn't have eyes on the harbor.
They must have someone in an overlooked position.
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects. You have?
Finally, time to choose sides.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verm-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth. Of course. I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a Verm. How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting. Tell her she'll like you for it.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
Oh. So very, very helpful. And how is that going? Do you have any... Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now.
Perhaps he is.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that. Such referrals may sometimes get you information from a man like Everard. Did it? Yes, that's the talk about town. The Hardy Boys, they're called. Find the name rather amusing. The company did not send mercenaries after the Union. I told you in great detail about the I just hope you don't share Everart's view on things. After all, as he said...
Let's keep it that way. She means to add, but then doesn't. Look who's defensive suddenly.
How benevolent. Hopefully they'll help you sort this whole business out. If they haven't, well, I hope it yields something. I wouldn't have taken Everard for a saber rattler. Well,
No, it was more like he wanted things to get worse. In secret, of course.
or he wants you and me to believe he's calm and in control. He's a politician. I'll think it over, Detective.
This gave her pause. Have I underestimated the Union's ferocity? She has to ask herself by now.
What you've said is quite enough. You've given... Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it? Ah, yes. I've been meaning to...
With longing. Clear and simple longing.
A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him. I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it... Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. My paramour. Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. Like reavers. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in '08.
She's sentimental, all right. You don't know enough about her to find out why exactly. She will keep her secrets for now.
Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information? Of course, Detective. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Why, yes I am.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not?
We are, and the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri.
She's referring to Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage.
No matter whose it is, a motor carriage is just a tool. You need it to do your job, as I do mine. It's just a means of getting where you need to go.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down. Have it your way.
The boat? No, it...
The word, it, feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Okay. How about Cordeleche 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordeleche, and its hull is 19 paces long. Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby. Officer, I assure you I'm...
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain. What her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act. A law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Good. This... reality.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it. But then I'm no doctor.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08 by you and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-easlary communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, the 30s. Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were... No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists... Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people. Yes, the Red Deluge. Lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head.
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in, at least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now. The coalition government.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world. These guys are...
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of this...
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. They picked the winning side. That's why they're here. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company. Good question.
No, her first.
And you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city. Then you would have died fighting against them. Long before the beachhead. Our time is a shadow cast by that day. They are what they are. Anyway, and...
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. Nor you would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the revolution. It has its... I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before. As a teenager. Not a lot has changed. This place used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, it's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance.
It is clear this pebble and to humanity at large.
Revachol? Revachol, the Great Cut.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriot.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile-Marat, depending on your... in the DeLorean century. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. By that I mean conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. Oh, we're quite a way off. About 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold. She observes your eyes, scanning the horizon. This is one thought you need.
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown. It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia.
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, in case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio.
It's not just me, Detective. All of Martinez has placed its chips on your success. I pray we've all bet wisely. Be my guest.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal from the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king I can see you thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
I do hope so. I hope we're able to remain collegial despite it. Remember, when the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy. I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the
She realizes her small...
Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole...
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Ah! This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 3042. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo... Splat, splat. Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen in... Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, She prefers a fantasy world. An infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right. What next?
"6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior, to his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers. Yes, he lost his mind. Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. Don't worry, Emil. He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. We always do.
You? You're an officer of the Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement. Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital. There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you. The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare. They called it the International Zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you. So permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help. Glad to have been of assistance.
Give me a moment. I'm no one. If you can call it living. I've a little... It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching back.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while.
Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. Some lunatic lost his...
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall. That's what I said. Astrology. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others. No one lives there. It's been impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you? Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else. She mumbles some kind of a response. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open? Do you have?
It's generally...
Excuse me? Of course not.
There's no sweet talking your way in. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on.
Well, that was easy.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obvious...
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too? Very well, but please make it quick. I need to be back in La Delta in an hour. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think...
A sudden serious look crosses...
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you want? Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny.
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. Of course.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. No reply. It's a solid... Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very...
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Yes. Well.
Your statements are too vague to comment on.
Trying to sneak up on me again?
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for... Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But...
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm a... No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm... Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. No! That's insane! It's the fat hater. He's been eyeing me for a week and he sent you here. Maybe he's the one, huh? Have you thought about that? Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
Shush, please. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her. She's all of them. I don't know. I told you all I know.
He's aching to get back to his usual shtick. All this whispering is bad for business.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near.
It could be. He's not ruling her.
All right. Very cool. Let's cap this off with a purchase. A pair of funky sunglasses, detective. You deserve it. And I...
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't gonna be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why. A youngish woman. Gruff, but blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here.
Then she may have dyed it again.
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk. I didn't, man. I told
He still is. Hoping. It's true. We would have caught a... Bah. Emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with...
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much. That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me too. That she's had a violent life. But, well... It looks like it did now, but we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind, the way it worked, the trouble it was giving her. Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. The grey-haired woman. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, acquaintances. And push Tommy, and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, sir.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
The woman is still hunched over the railing.
Huh? What is it? What do you want? Did you just call me a lady?
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't you?
I'm not that either, Sheriff. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my... I'm only terrifying to small children.
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to? Oh, Sim.
Something in her is pulling towards some unknown rest state. She twitches, like asleep.
Looking for something? I don't know what you're talking about. Listen up, fuckwit. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run shit. I ain't saying...
Isn't saying nothing saying something? Or did I just blow your mind?
What? How about you fuck off? I ain't saying anything. It's about not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge and all. Suit yourself, officer. Hide your face in the sand if you so wish.
The main thing is to not overdo it, even when you're trying to scare someone. The most important...
Make me runt.
Stop now. Just ask the other drivers. You have to find out who the lady driver...
Wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor machinery. Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for help. The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. That's so. I haven't heard anything about that. But if that's true, well, he was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men.
He believes the Hardy Boys could have done it.
No problem. I wish...
Looking for something?
Failing the last time was so demoralizing and puzzling that you just can't work up the rage anymore.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? What? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make me give her up, detective. Get someone else. There's a ton of drivers here. Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little... You're not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge.
Imagine it. An explosion of stars. Goodbye world of men, money, and machine.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
The realization that you've used is friendly. Remember, you're doing it for the bigger investigation.
Here. Valori's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know. Last Friday. No, I don't know. She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose.
The other drivers would have to break in there to get the machines moving. And they would find what's hidden inside.
I bet you are.
And he's sorry he couldn't be what he wants to be. A good person.
Nah. I need to think my own thoughts now. Pray forgiveness for my sins. Go check your...
This green found, A to Z, contemporaire, is parked in the shadow of the ruin. This is the one the man pointed to. His friend's lorry. The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can bear the door is locked. You push the key into the lock and turn. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the wall. These are movie posters. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue at the actresses looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires the peculiar frequency tableau indicates that at least 100 unclear for contacting an entire fleet of lorries, for example. This must be the nerve center of a well-organized operation. Not without the dial key. No, the ghostly actresses. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. See, but one odd detail does catch your sandpaper adds extra grip. Matching one of the footprints found from the crime scene, which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. You've identified one of the footprints, but there are still 7 to go. The movie stars are still smiling from a metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's an issue of Périphérique. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equation. The pull-out tool slides back into its nest. You close the rusty old lorry door. A lorry abandoned. The tear machines.
Looking for something?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? I am being aggressive? Listen, you moral and unlucky. You are part of a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are...
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary. The door is closed. Still nothing. You should punch a fucking hole in it. The murmur in your ears recedes slowly. You're breathing. This door can only be opened with a... The fan stands still. The lights are on. The lights are off again.
Can I help you?
Oh, hello, dear.
The man ponders his cook. You see a heavy... You see the door does... Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
This is where you say your bed. Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Вообще, видите, как она выглядит, какая она юристка.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match. Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian. In his late 30s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock quarter. There were incarcerations. Hard to say what else. And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. In the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy. Exactly the missing lady driver who was running the drug trade. Does it mean the Hardy Boys are involved in the drug trade as well? Maybe, but hey, you've stood there for about 4 seconds not saying anything. Now is a good time to hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy this... Or what? You want to be the 8th...
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
It has to be good if he were...
Sorry, boss.
Like hell, you hell. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 kilos. Own up to what? Why don't you limp out of here, little detective, and keep the pretty boy? You really love...
Evidence. Show them you have it. It doesn't have to be conclusive.
Evrard? And what did he tell you? That we killed him? That we because we did. All of us together. I hope he told the story straight. I hope he told it well. Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
В смысле? Подождите, Миранда была, если не было, то его показания ничего не стоят. А так, какие-то заявления.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs.
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
No, you did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms. The others can't read. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
Это такой позорный адвокат, который, типа, ну, не затыкает своих подзащитных, а дает им говорить, и потом меняет позицию. Просто, ну, это смешно.
You don't have to keep answering his question.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him?
Yeah!
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. No, I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interest in...
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Ебать, ты вообще кто такая, чтобы говорить, что допрос подходит к концу? Выбирайте вопросы с умом.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line in my town. So am I. Now, how about you get the fuck out of my town?
No, fuck him. Murder rage never came from nothing. Hit him with the question again. Why'd he fucking do it?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line. The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Seminine written all over him.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm RNA's goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all." Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some R.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right?
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grab one of our... Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the... Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is...
Yeah, me and you...
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a...
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns. We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still.
Didn't they teach you anything?
The autopsy did not reveal anything too conflicting this far. You just have to wing it.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around it.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots...
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But...
No.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of...
And fuck you, too, copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. This one is a stone wall.
Like what, copper? Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert dominance over you.
Not in the arresting mood?
A fearful readiness, like an electrical charge, raises hairs in the room.
Look, Carl, I know you think you're doing your job here, but there are 7 of us, and just...
The bore's the size of your eye. I can almost see the stars.
The little guy? You're the little guy now.
So, little guy, you had some questions?
Beneath everything, he's grateful.
Yeah, little questions.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. You should go back to Jamrock, to your station, where you belong.
Yes. Run home, lonely, rent a cop. Real law officials are done with you. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop. So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equal.
Again. Just... About fucking time. Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy.
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Yeah, I heard him. Now fuck, let me state this very clearly, capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy boys.
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect. Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind. Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is... You're probably right. The others are only there for filler. To make the gun thing pop.
The fuck are you talking about? Gun? No one's gonna let you wave a gun around here.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? The law.
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
For God's sake, stop shouting! Stop breaking things in my establishment!
Sounds like someone's damn broke.
They're not going to give you anything. Can't you see? I can't have a police interrogation in here.
People are trying to eat. Of course it concerns me if you make this kind of...
Easy, babes. What is this? I can't have a slap fight in my bar.
Everyone can see you picked some wrong options. Next time you have to come up with better things to say.
It's you again. What is it? Again.
Good one, Tiger.
About fucking time. It's you again. What is it?
Can I help you?
Right to work! Right to...
What's it to you? No, don't think we've met before. I came to help out. We're all workers, right? Workers stick to... Worked at Territorial. Uh-huh. It's a long time ago.
Wiretapping, telescopic... Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Is he actually comparing you and Officer Come on? He's just trying to keep the peace. The man whispers a jaunt. Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened. The container door appears a tough nut to crack for sure. But the strongest, the mundaneness of the situation.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today? Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask.
Don't trust him. For all you know, Dubois might be his name. You need to confirm this.
I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you must have questions, Harry. Come on now.
Asking too many questions will make you look weak. You should don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first. Everard's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says, I know everything about
Harry. I just know the things that matter to our friendship, and I want you to feel free to ask me about those things. It's Harry. Harry Dubois. Excellent. I know you RCM people like your call signs. Harry Tequila Sunset Dubois. I can see that. But to me, and the Census Bureau, you will always be little... Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic. Yes. You seem to be. A lot of the time. But right now, there's no reason to be. Let loose a little. Ah, this? My friends in...
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you... That's why I like you, Harry. A good man knows both his strengths and his weak... Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me. Let's hear it, Harry. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me. You've got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see...
Actually, Revachol doesn't have... He refuses to discuss it further. Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I...
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Looking for some...
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. You finally stop picking your nose. Time passes. The glacial gusts from the sea. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm against the frigid wind blowing. Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now.
Officer, the mere sight of Oh, the goal is... That's the cochonnet. Well, then, the players aim to... I could...
Is he denying you information when you clearly requested it? That's it. We're blowing the lid off this man jar.
Yes, yes.
Good. Gaston finally... Vigilance officer? What can this old carabinier do?
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle. These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The salmon and butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently, within the past 72 hours. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog. There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linéaire G22. It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers, very sturdy but light motor carriage. The Linéaire G22 is not a particularly popular model. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The crumpled salmon and butter billboard still soaks in the canal. The crumpled salmon and
Hello again. How can I help, traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive. Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night.
He shakes his head, slowly.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up.
Oh, okay. But why? Ah, yes. You see, I'm an honest...
Officer,
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabinier do for you? Yes, the Debardiers Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. It's a private matter. Nothing.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man who would rather die than...
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. Yes. It's...
Look, officer, the container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Clay.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discuss.
Evrard created his job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated kingsman collecting care reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words. Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with that.
Yes. Can we conclude this?
He's not going to become an entrepreneur.
Yes.
The tracks outside is elevated. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still has his own separate. Why, yes, it is. Good. Maybe. Probably. An ominous warning. Bad things ahead. You wait for a minute or two. You really looks like you hear a stack from the speaker. It sounds. She sounds warm and teety, as if her voice was being laid. Oh, I was certain. The receiver must not work properly. It's also woman, and she's sure something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you? Sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing we can hear now is the static waves washing ashore on another seagull passes by. It's getting too cold standing and press the number sign on the keypad. Silence. No one's home. Forced accident. No. Hold on. The last thing you need in our life is more emotions. Silence. Nothing happens by silence. There's this button between you, but someone's restroom.
Hello again, sir. Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit stressed. No, sir. She's working. I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice.
some friendly advice, Mr. Policeman? No, I don't. I have a good husband.
He's totally missing.
I don't know. Out home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working? Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. No. Why are we still talking about this?
She has the husband is totally lost. You
What? Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then. Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow.
No, absolutely not.
She gives you a short nod and shifts her to the woman.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Red.
Can I help you?
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately. The door is closed. Still, you should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. The door sits sturdily in the frame. The door is closed. Behind the dock, you see 2, maybe 3 bushes.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
shoot that shit at Kuno, Pigonaut.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? And then what? You fucking...
He's trying to fuck at you again, Kuno!
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the...
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you...
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah? Watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck you. It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Okay, whatever. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno...
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno! He's gonna use it against you, Kuno!
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover.
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mag! You're gonna...
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno's Kuno, pig.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the Kuno. Primal. Violent.
Kuno doesn't do that smart shit. Don't throw that book shit at Kuno. Trying to get Kuno hooked.
The boy knows he has an addictive personality. Admirable insight for his age.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Everybody, please!
Escalate, Kuno!
Pigs in aim, Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
No! Fucking logical. Help! The logical pig is fiddling Kuno. No one. Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
This is where Kuno establishes change of plan. You can't let that happen. It will...
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
You did this to yourself. Help! Miss...
He's having the time of his life.
He's flashing, Kuno. He's showing... Look. I know you wanted to hit me. You got that... I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look. The Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
Relax. He can't read your mind. He doesn't know you were thinking that. There's a dead body, remember? That's what you were doing here. You're a cop on a case.
It's good you said that. Here it is. Here we go. Oh no! You pussied out again. Pass you around like...
Backing up was a bad idea.
Kuno turned you into his bitch. You're gonna...
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
You don't talk to me about my fucking peeper. You don't know...
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch.
Click, 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 click!
Kuno doesn't fuck...
I'll die before I squeal. I come from the woods. Good.
Don't be
I'll die before I... What's this?
Get the fuck out of it!
I'll die before I... Murd. I'll die before I... You don't want to fuck with me.
You can still see the top of her.
I'll die before I...
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about... Kuno doesn't...
There are 8 pairs. You won't get far without a lieutenant here to bounce thoughts off of. Where could he be right now?
look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward, even by the standards of the Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of them. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the anti-centennial revolution. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers.
The man certainly knew how to live.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fable. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury. Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And purple. Philippian cocaine was purple. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships. During the turn of the century revolution, most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, the statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time. People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics, and thought Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, not that he ever did in life either. A lorry abandoned. You sit on the wind. The twiddling barely keeps you. Time passes. You wonder if it could rain so much that it drowns. Time passes. You wonder if it could rain.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see. Very rugged. Good choice. Now, more lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this?
What world? The only one, I suppose.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of
Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where there is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, Elysium. Not in this case, no. That sounds more like something the Mesk Petrofac.
the Confederate Republic of Mesk, the world's largest state by territory.
It isn't enough to call us animals. Even they're like you and I suppose. Living organisms don't identify with abstractions. It does. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk Petro. I am, after all, what world?
The camera of her
Great body. There is a term of Elysium. There are those who would... A term of hatred. Oh. You want to... Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside. Sideways. We used to think it was a sphere. But that is beginning to look less and less like...
ORG.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors... Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences.
A cold fear seeps into you.
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute... But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, you have misimagined it. I don't have the power to... It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. See? Everyone finds...
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on...
The Pale is not technical. It is the opposite of reality. Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the Isla is a Messinian work for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, Windy, Seoul, Samara, an oceanic acromat.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
Yes. That is enough. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor. The most disco thing you will ever see.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
Oh, it is so difficult. It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale in modern times, but it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost. Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others are... They call it...
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists... It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am a member of the Entropanetic...
Perhaps that explains a strange pining. Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well.
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's...
You should ask the pal driver about this. That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Up to my gills, officer. The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions, I suggest you...
Off we go. You see the hang...
One and all.
Why should we just leave and leave?
It's difficult to describe. The further into Pale you travel,
They have not...
There are nothing. Hybrid... In essence, we throw... Then they don't...
Gone, like a skipping stone.
Yes. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale? You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then I hope so. I truly do. If I may...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant...
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time. Glad to have been of assistance.
You sit on the wind wall. This case is unsolvable. You should just give up right now and apologize to the whole town. Time passes. You wonder if it could rain so much that it... The twiddling barely keeps your... There, working class drunk. Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. No. Yes, and you found him. Didn't she repeatedly tell you? But he is missing. You heard her. The worry in her voice. Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law. It's not honorable.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by it feels like a Friday. And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. My Sunday friend. He's brilliant. Everyone wants to meet my Sunday friend. You'll see. Trust me. You do. Yeah, it does feel like the end of the week. Even the rain feels nice. That's why I chose this. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered.
Besides,
he's going to leave you alone. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
To the city. It's a beautiful night. We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
And he's gonna get...
officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior, but he's not in the... His hands are clean and well manicured.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question. Yes, make it clear you're the one. Yeah, let's fuck with him. Who does he think he is? Assisting you?
Of course. Let me just say it has been an emotional week for me. I'm sorry to say I did, officer. Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play. No. I mean, it was so strange. I could barely believe what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this. I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were... Let's just say that the laboring classes can... I couldn't tell you exactly.
Sound familiar? That matches the prints you observed at the scene.
That's a giant you're describing. No, I went back inside.
Yes, back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing.
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were all men, I presume. But
that doesn't quite comport with what you know.
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say for certain. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything. You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add. All I can say is that it was late. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCF. The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight. Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when it is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic, which is essential for maintaining the social stability. Take your daily bread, for example. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%. But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral interne. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Yes, As I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there?
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call your employer, technically speaking. The governing authority of Revachol. The RCM is but one part of it's the International Organization for Moralists. But of course. Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by the Occident is part of the normal world? Oran Martinez? No. Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved but they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries.
Darling, that can't be an official designation.
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least, Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur, as founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur-la-Clé takes care of the business side of things. Oranje's economy...
But that didn't tell you anything.
About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Whatever you wish, officer. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue. That it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and it's been penned. EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as...
God, yes. Sweet standardization. The backbone of rationality.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole. It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident. You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent. It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS.
Except that candidate members never become full members, do they?
No. Candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation. But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil war? Au contraire. It's how millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. Sorry. Who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his... He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps I'm just enjoying the view. Listen. The Insulindian Bay. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
I'm all ears, officer. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Of course.
The bed is still cold from... The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you're not cooperating. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been... Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the day. You keep coming back to your... You're just stuck here. In the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that? Sure you do. They're all...
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. Others are scared. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that
mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? By the... Okay, fine. Let's talk.
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct?
Am I from? God.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe. Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.